my sincerest apologies here. So, I'm not sure if this sound's working or not, which is great. I don't blame you. This is... I'm not even sure if you guys can hear me. Oh, okay, great. You do. Okay, that's good. Can you see anything, though? Because... Ah, well. Okay, fine. Then... Let me... Oh, behave yourself. Right. Right. Not at all the button I meant to press there. So now... We have cars out on track for a second qualifying session. What place are you in? It depends what team you are. But there's the top 20. The HRN junior team are well, I can tell you that McReynolds is there in third for the academy team. But no one has set a lap as of yet for the second qualifying session, and now it's dry, so we may get a reshuffle of the order. So there is McReynolds in the purple and pink Ferrari. It's a nice livery. Number 101. No, nobody really likes rain, but it is Silverstone, so it's more than likely to happen. It actually does seem like it's a wet track, but drying due to the fact that the rain isn't falling anymore, so the tyres will get rid of some of that rain. But it'll be interesting to see if they're on slicks or not. Looks like they might be. Who can hate the rain? Us British people, we get sick of it. There's Lopafido also in a Ferrari. Quite a few Ferraris out there. There's a person from Belgium, I feel you. Lovely. I went to Belgium once. I went to Ypres. Oh, wow, that went... Oh, that was close between the Porsche and the Ferrari. We're getting some racing here during the second qualifying session of this race. And there it is, again, the Lexus Zotz back on top. There's Canoro in the pink Ferrari in second place. Becker there behind Canoro. That was very slidey. Well controlled the car very well though. That was Volkert that just crossed the line in the Porsche. And to anyone who is in the chat, do you say Porsche or Porsche? Because I have heard differing opinions on the matter. I've always gone Porsche. It's the German way, proper German way of saying it. Porsche, yeah. Come on. Yeah. Come on, Porsche. So we have three Mustangs, and they're within 0.2 of each other. And there's Dieu, who's just gone faster than Canoro. So, oh, I think I've started a war. Well, I mean, everyone's allowed their own opinion, just as long as you accept that your opinion is wrong. So that's Marone, and he's gone deep in the vantage. That could be because of the Ferrari getting past, and it was Henrich cutting a bit of woodcut there. Might invalidate the time. Looks like it has done for car number 4. This is Souls in the Sky liveried Ferrari. Well, Sky Sports have nothing to do with this race in particular. Oh, snap of oversteer there. Out of Brooklands and now through Luffield. We go back to Lasser in the BMW. And that BMW is just here for a good time. It's like the diesel BMW that raced in the 24 Hours of Silverstone for Top Gear back in whenever that was. It's just here to have a good time. That's he's the tactic for VIP people. Yes, yeah. As he just got past Volkart, that's the Porsche ahead of him. And he's just gone wide there. Onto the wet grass it'll be. Oh wow, over the curb! And right in front of Lasser. However, the VIP person, or the VIP even, in that car was not having a good time. Murder, I would say, is correct. And so anyway, that is the end of qualifying, with Zotz currently on provisional pole, Marone in the Aston Martin in second, Lopafido heading towards Vale, presumably on a final flying lap. Then it's Chris Harris in the Mustang. But all could change right at the end here. Next across the line is 989, Gabba, crossing the line. He goes 9th. Car number 7. Sorry, no, that was car number 1 even, and it's Vermeulen who's back on provisional pole position. Zotz could still improve. Actual car number 7 crossing the line now. Van Haren. Van Haren's gone 9th place. And Chris Harris crosses the line, putting the Mustang in 5th. 177, Lopafido. Whoa, snap of oversteer there. And Lopafido in the Ferrari. Crosses the line. Stays 4th. Now, car number 14. And this will be the interesting one. Can Zotz dethrone the provisional pole? No, he stays on the front row. And now Marone in the Aston Martin. Can he put the Aston Martin onto the front row? No. I missed that last one, unfortunately. But Marone there in the Aston Martin, 3rd. It's Vermeulen. Pole position in the first qualifying, pole position in the second qualifying. Zotz having to settle for 2nd place. Let's hope this time we can start the race. And lots of hellos in the chat, so yeah, hello. Have reached 16 viewers now. Not a lot by any means, but it's a personal best. Also a personal best when it comes to number of cars on track. So you can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, the top 20, only 19 of them setting a time. The rest either unable or unwilling. But just look at the sheer amount of Ferraris there are. We've got 6 separated directly in half by just one McLaren. Yeah, there is a GT2. I believe that must be the BMW of Lasser. I think there's another one as well. Yeah, it's Seibert in the other one. 24 and 25 are the GT2s. And yeah, the chat is all the whole Hispania Racing Nexus family. And worth reminding that the link that should be, but isn't actually, pinned. We pinned that. So the link that is now pinned pinned at the top of the chat. If you click that, then you can donate to support Strathcarron's Hospice. Donate as much or as little as you want to, but I would encourage any kind of donation helping towards this cause. We still have 8 hours of Silverstone to go. And they're on the grid. And it's a wet Silverstone here. Pouring down with rain here. And I think after we do the parade lap, we should be set to start at about 4 p.m. British summertime. And I believe that is 5 p.m. Central European Standard Time. But I don't know time zones. Look it up yourself. 1 minute until the parade lap starts here for the most anticipated race this century. That might be a slight over dramatization. Of course, we have got the Le Mans 24 hours on at the moment, but this is far more important, obviously. You heard it from him. 30 seconds until the race starts here.
20 seconds.
20 seconds now. Yes, we are. We are better than the 24 hours of Lemons.
10 seconds.
So, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The parade lap starts. And no one moves. There we go. Zotz is moving from second. And then Vermeulen will have to catch up and take it back for this parade lap here. And this has all the makings of a great race. We've got lots of cars on track. 23 cars out there racing for such an important cause. And well, it's a wet Silverstone, which always brings such great racing here. And we have car number 1 starting from pole position. It just seems like it was written in the stars. There's Canoro getting very close to the back of Lopefido there. And Vermeulen accelerating and braking like Oscar Piastri in Formula 1 last season. I might stop with the Formula 1 references. But now heading towards Stowe on this parade lap. They're all trying to get temperature in their tyres and brakes, which is crucial at such a wet surface. Vermeulen slowly making his way through Vale. And through what is the final corner on the Formula 1 layout. That's not a Formula 1 reference, that's just a different layout of the circuit. And up towards, what I believe is Abbey. There's a few cars swapping positions there at the back. They want to sort themselves out before Luffield. Through the fast, flat left-hander during the race it would be. Towards the heavy braking zone. Everybody crash and let McRae win. Well, that'll be a very, very quick 8-hour race. Oh dear, that's a spin from Chris Harris on the parade lap. He's crashed. That's going to be difficult, as now has he got to cut his way back through the field, or is he going to have to stay stuck behind Volkart? Interesting to see. Vermeulen then leads them through Brooklands and now towards Luffield. Chris Harris is at the back. Chris Harris has to stop at the back here, but Vermeulen leads them through the final corner, which will be Woodcote. And now they slow to an agonisingly slow start. And once they reach that timing line, they can floor it. Which they do. Finally, they do. Vermeulen is under pressure from Zotz at the start. Zotz are on the outside at the first corner. It's going to get really, really close between those two. As they go down into Maggotts and Beckett's now. Zotz has the inside line. Vermeulen has to give him the space. Zotz takes the lead of the British Grand Prix here. And Marone holds on to third place. Lupifido in fourth. Andrew Canoro fighting with Warner. Canoro has to fold him behind Warner, so he'll be in sixth. Is he going to have a look at down the inside now? The positions now slowly sorting themselves out. Oh, Canoro making contact with with Warner, and now Jur can get his way through. There are two Jurs I didn't notice. Chris Harris is in the pit lane. So Chris Harris currently first in the pit lane, but he's not actually. Zotz is in the lead. Vermeulen in second place. Marone in third. Lupifido in fourth. Then there's Warner. Is that Canoro? That's Canoro going slowly on the right hand side of the straight there. That's it. That's huge. He's lost so many positions now. And now, let's have a look at McReynolds. 16th. Can he have a look on Williams? And maybe Becker pushed off. And now losing the position to Rankinen. Wow. And let's go back to the race leader, Zotz. In the Lexus. Crossing the line to start the second lap here. Of many, many in this race. So, Zotz leads, Vermeulen second, Marone third, Lupifido fourth, Warner fifth. The two Durs in the two Mustangs are in P7 and P6. Through Beckett, there's the lead one, car number 19. And that's the Keck Sim Racing team. And the Durs are brothers. Oh, snap of oversteer from the one in the car 64. Chris, if you know that they wouldn't mind, could I have the two Durs' first names so I can differentiate the two? Zot's putting the car in the middle of the track. Vermeulen might have an opportunity here. In the Ferrari, the Lexus holds on just about. Just about holding on there. Are there any crucial position swaps? As we look down the order, it seems pretty consistent from the last time they crossed the timing line. The second sector. Let's check in on the two BMWs of Seibert and Lasser. They're not doing too bad. Well, I say that, and Lasser's actually gone off. And apparently, Zot's actually doing this entire 8-hour race solo, which will be really well, first of all, difficult, and second of all, really draining to race for that such a long time, especially when it's easier when you're starting in the morning and then in the afternoon. This is going to go late into the night. It is going to get difficult because I believe this race is going to end at midnight Central Eastern Standard Time. So if Sots can win this race, that will be really impressive. It is worth noting that this broadcast won't last the entire race, unfortunately. Because I genuinely believe that my voice box will fall out if I try and commentate. And 3 o'clock it should finish. 3 in the morning, that would I'm not entirely sure what time zone that is, but I doubt it's European. And now what? Okay, 1 o'clock then. And someone has 3 teams. I'm not entirely sure. It says we have 3 teams. It's unuseful, to be honest. Zot starts lap 4. HRN? Which one retired then? The pro team? Because I've got junior and academy accounted for in my notes. 1 o'clock is Central Eastern Standard Time, so yeah, that's a very difficult time to end an endurance race. So that must be then I can't do maths. I'm not going to try. Let's just keep looking at the racing then. Vermeulen seems to be... Yes, studying is important. Make sure you study. This has already been the race that I've had the most chat interaction. I usually just shout at cars going round, but Vermeulen does seem to get a little bit closer each time, waiting to pounce on the Lexus. The top four really have started to break away from the rest of the pack, as Lopefido actually holds the fastest lap of the race. Warner is a bit behind them. And in England, we have an S at the end of maths, so... Oh, which team was that? We got apparently there's a team that started with dry tyres. Love to know which team that was, because that must be... Oh, is that Chris Harris? Yeah, Mustang Muckers, yeah. That would explain the spinning on the parade lap, to be honest. It's really unfortunate for them. And according to that weather forecast up in the top right, apparently in 10 minutes the rain is supposed to stop. So that will provide something really, really interesting here in a few moments' time. Couple of track limits there, but they're not enforced too harshly. And they shouldn't really be in such a long endurance race, because just a couple of mistakes can land you with a massive penalty. Vermeulen, was he going to have a look? That was going to be very, very risky on the inside. No, it was just to try and put Zotz off and try and force him into an error. He was having absolutely none of it. The second lap in a row that Vermeulen's gone over to the left-hand side down the Hangar straight. I believe that might be to try and cool tyres down. All I'm going to say about that, Robbie, is good luck. Let's have a look down the order. We have the Durr brothers. Still don't know their first names, so... difficult to differentiate them. Then there's Williams in the Ferrari following them. Then there's Gabba. There's Andrew Canoro. He's got damage to the rear of his Ferrari. Not the start he would have wanted. I'm certainly not the one to be giving advice when it comes to academics, but I don't think getting thrown out of French class is really something to flex. What is something to flex, though, is being in the lead of an 8-hour race like Zotz is. Coming up to lap 7 now. And we have barely made a dent in the amount of time this race is going to last. I'm gonna regret asking this. What is a flex? I'm really slow. That's Vermeulen, who must have made some sort of mistake. And Vermeulen's now down to 4th. I'm really slow. I completely missed that. I was just focusing on Zot's in the lead, and then all of a sudden there's Aston Martin behind, and not a Ferrari. There's no damage visible on it. It must have just been a mistake. Maggots and Beckett's is a very difficult. They're very difficult corners to get right in the rain. Wow. So while this race is unfolding, we've got people arguing about getting paid in school, I guess, and there's that's the I believe that's the link to the donations that I keep pinning, but it keeps going away, and I keep telling it to not unpin, but it's not listening to me. But yes, that is the link, and there is the link now pinned at the top where you can go and donate as Lasser gets himself lapped in the GT2 BMW. Just out there to have fun. But yeah, if you click the link pinned to the top of the chat, then you can donate whatever amount you want to Strathcarron Hospice, which is what all in this entire race is all about. And going back to the previous comment, this is a very, very close grid indeed. And it's been a really interesting race so far. Zotz is now coming up to the other GT2 of Seibert. At half of this conversation, I have no idea what you're talking about because I don't speak Dutch. Yeah, Dutch. I don't speak Dutch. I only speak English. And I can start a conversation in Spanish. I just can't finish one. That's the extent of my linguistics. No, German's even worse. I know that one. I know 9. I know that one. Speaking of 9, number 989, Gabba, number P9. I'd love to hear it. Thank you. And he's doing well at running his own race, not under too much pressure. That's Lasser in the BMW, who want to get out of the way. Blue flag being waved. Does so nicely. And this is Mikolas in 19th with McReynolds ahead in 18th. it's not, I have to say, it's not going brilliantly for the HRN teams. No, it's not that good of a result for now, but all could change. We still have 7 hours and 41 minutes to go in this 8-hour race. For now. And goodbye, Robbie, and there is no... Well, I mean, they'll have to get something very, very right with the strategy for them to end up first. Because there's going to take a lot of beating Zots at the moment. By the way, it has stopped raining now. Windscreen wipers are still going on the cars. Not sure why for Zots, but for the others, it is the spray. The cars kick up from behind them. Certainly no time to put slicks on yet, but interesting to see what point they get to. I think Cheeseman's just gained 2 places on the McLaren. Oh, at least gained 1 on Jartsev. €140 for the moment. I think the target isn't the target. It's the target. 5. I'm not even going to guess. I'm just going to click my own link and have a look. My own link isn't working for me. Oh, lovely. Donate €20 or pounds and I'll give out penalties. Yay, how funny. Might be a good incentive though, to be honest. So, yeah, £500 the target. Shouldn't have added to myself. Mine currently says £37. I know 37 isn't. There we go. £121. That's right. So 24% of the way to our £500 goal, or €500 goal. I don't know what it is. And this is Vermeulen in the Ferrari. Made the mistake earlier. Will want to try and redeem himself. And he really is quite alone because Warner behind is quite far behind in the Lamborghini. I think he's the only one out there in the Lamborghini Huracan. He throws the car around. And that track does look like it's drying. And he's sliding. And he's around. Warner has gone round. Williams will inherit 5th. This camera angle is doing nothing for me. There you go. Warner struggling, and his rear tyres will really be overheating now. The 2 Mustangs, the 2 brothers, have gone through as well. That's going to be P8 now for Warner. And could that be due to those wet tyres overheating? Yeah, such a good car. There's a little bit of a snap there for Zots in the lead, and that could also be a sign that it's getting a bit too dry for these wets now. They're starting to overheat. You might want to do you gamble on and to try and put the slicks on? Do you wait for someone else to pull the trigger? Motorsport is about mind games, and that's Lopafido going for the move on Marone, and Lopafido has taken 2nd place away from the Aston Martin. So that's the Ferrari, and then the Aston Martin goes wide. Marone keeping the car just about facing in the right direction. The top three haven't pitted, but Vermeulen hasn't pitted either. Williams. Is it still too late to pull the trigger though? That's that Henrich. Someone looked like they were going down. I might have not seen that correctly. Warner opting to stay out as well. And there he is, McReynolds. And that is Seibert, who didn't move off of the racing line. I mean, there are different leagues do have different policies when it comes to yellow flags, blue flags even. And sometimes it's stay on the racing line and wait for the faster cars to go around you. Sometimes it is you need to move out of the way of the faster cars, and it can get confusing when you're racing for multiple leagues. And that's Chris Harris in the pit lane. Is that them gambling for slick tyres? So the two Mustangs are the two Durr brothers doing well. Let's have a look at Prestige Worldwide Racing, and Canora with a snap of oversteer there, and wide when Becker. Again fighting the car. So back to the race leader Sots. Oh, we got a few drivers pitting. Marone into the pit lane, Vermeulen into the pit lane, and I think that's going to be to put on some slick tyres. Lopafido hasn't pitted. There's another car there then that is Velocart in the Porsche. And there is Durr. And that's I think it was the lead Durr. The lead Mustang out of them. And there's interesting things happening at the back. Becker alongside Canora in the pit lane. Becker having to switch to the other side now as he moves into the pit lane. Heavy traffic now in the pit lane. There's Vermeulen. Oh, as he got out ahead of Marone. Race out of the pit lane. That's Marone. Marone has a 30-second stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. And that might be trying to slow down an entry. Because when you've got overheated wet tyres, and then all of a sudden you get into quite a wet part of the track, which it would have been because it won't have been used as much, there'll be a lot of water there. I think that is what's happened there. That's so huge. But now Zot's in the lead of the race. Is he going to come into the pit lane in the Lexus? He does. He pits from the lead. Lopafido follows. Got a few of the cars at the back pitting as well. Zotz was very slow into the pit lane. He definitely didn't want a penalty for it, and so Lopafido's close in a little bit there. So Zotz pits, Lopafido behind. Williams inherits the lead of the race, but that's because he hasn't pitted yet. And neither has Warner. There's the other Durr into the pit lane, and Gabba Runkkinen also hasn't pitted. Cheeseman comes in now. There's Henrik trying to get past Stesh, I believe. As they go into Cops, Stesh goes deep. Henrik takes back that position. Zos got very, very close there as he comes out of the pit lane. I think blue flag's being waved, but this looks like it's for position, as the cars just haven't pitted to put slicks on yet. This is now Mikulas in the pit lane. Let's go back here, it's Zots. Will Williams now pit? We'll see a bit later on. Runkkinen is Lupafido, who's going to try and pick off Heinrich like Zots has just done. They're going to get very, very close to each other. And off he goes, and trying to stay ahead that way. Heinrich. And now he goes down the inside. Henrik goes very wide, and Lupafido says, "Thank you very much. That's an easy move for me." But how much time has he lost to Zots? I think he's lost a bit. Williams does now pit from the lead of the race. So does Warner. Runkkinen also comes in. And then it will be Zots to take back the lead of the race. This track is dry now. So Marone is stuck with that stop-go penalty. Probably serve that in his next scheduled pit stop. And 128. Oh, okay. Oh no, of course, because you need to serve your stop-go penalty within. Vermeulen's gone wide. Vermeulen just went wide there. He set the fastest lap of the race, but went wide at Cops. And he needs to make sure he doesn't spiral here. Wow. But Marone now has to come in this lap and serve his stop-go penalty. There's Lupafido and Henrik. Henrik must not have pitted yet. He must still be on the wet tyres. But there is your race leader. And, well, we've got 7 hours and 28 minutes to go. And we'll go into a quick break now. And I will return to bring you more action from the 8 hours of Silverstone next. So, Andrew Canoro has taken the fastest lap of the race, number 55 in the Ferrari. Really impressive from him, as we're going to start getting some quicker times now as the track is fully dried out. And Vermeulen, 13 seconds away from the race lead that he was so close to claiming not too long ago. And Lopefido's taken back the fastest lap of the race that Vermeulen has now taken. And, well, we're not getting too many on-track battles, but we're getting some good fastest lap battles here. So we look slightly further down the order. Actually, let's have a look at McReynolds. And then you've got Cheeseman there. And he's trying to close the gap to Becker. And there's Schumann, who's now behind Canoro. Schumann is, I'm not actually sure what team Schumann is currently representing. But he's in a Mustang, so we all love Mustangs. Actually, I think Schumann is Keck Sim Racing, and he replaced Look more at 92. This is Stesch. Oh, Stesch locked in battle with Schwab. That's a great call. And Schwab, whoa, down the inside, and he's gone wide. And well, that's a big corner cut there. That's at least only a warning. And he does give up the position to Schwab, who cuts right across to the middle of the track to try and defend that position. But yeah, that was a great call. Oh, he's all right! I looked over the chat for 1 second and he goes flying off. Wow. Snap of oversteer as well. He needs to make sure he doesn't spiral. And because it's so easy to just keep making mistake after mistake, and they just keep getting worse and worse and worse. Needs to make sure he doesn't let that happen. Oh, someone saying that they are dangerous out on the track. Well, we'll see how they handle Gabba on the right-hand side, down the hanger straight. Folds in behind to try and get the slipstream. Porsche doesn't quite have the same straight line speed as the Ferrari. The Porsche's gone deep though. And now, XZ. That's the last name. XZ gets past in the Sky Ferrari as well, and he's gone wide as well. And I'm not sure if I would say dangerous over struggling, which I guess they could be the same thing, but let's go back to the race lead. Zotz starting lap 19 here. Lopefido follows. And Henrik is going to need to get out of the way to get lapped here. Henrik running P19. And we'll check in on the two GT2 BMWs as Seibert. He's actually doing quite a bit better than Lasser in the other one. 23 seconds separates them, as now McReynolds comes to close the gap to lap them. Whoa, McReynolds goes deep. And flashing of the headlights, the blue flags are here. Lasser! Oh, wow. That could just be the camera angle, but that looked close between those two. By the way, Marone, who would have served his stop-go penalty, now has the fastest lap of the race, as he has just got past the other BMW. And Vermeulen again. We keep looking back because it's the number one Ferrari that doesn't quite look like the number one fastest out there at the moment. Zotz, Loperfido, and then it's Henrik behind them. And if you haven't already, then do make sure you click the link at the top of the pinned to the top of the chat, as that is where you can donate any amount that you want to Strathcarron's Hospice, and that's what this race is all about, raising money to support them. The goal is currently set at £500, and currently we are looking at as the page loads, Strathcarron's Hospice has currently raised £121 of the target of the £500 target. So if you can, please do donate to support any amount that you can, any way that you can. And Loperfido flashing the headlights at Zoltz, but Zoltz is the race leader. This could end up being a very interesting battle between these two. Well, the announcer saying drained every last amount of performance out of the Mercedes. There isn't a Mercedes out there at the moment. But I'll tell you what there is out there. There's a lot of Ferraris, but there's also a Lexus. Lexus currently leading, but is one of those Ferraris, the one of Loperfido, going to take the lead away. It's getting quite close as they now head down the hangar straight. The Ferrari is known for being the quickest in a straight line. Is an opportunity down into Stowe. This is the most pressure that Zoltz has had. That Zoltz has had possibly all race. And they both go a bit wide. Loperfido is an opportunity into Vale, not wanting to take that risk. But the pressure isn't at all gone yet for Zotz. As now catching up to Lasser in the GT2 BMW. Look at how close they're going. Now, Lepavido will have another opportunity as there's Lasser letting them both through, and I think Lepavido lost a bit of time there because of him. But now down the Wellington Straight it is. Now down into Brooklands and Luffield. And more blue flags here. Not for Vermeulen, but it must be for... I'm not entirely sure. Michaelis. Now that's Michaelis getting past Seibert. I think it was Henrik trying to get past the other one. The other GT2 BMW. So Lopefido might just be slipping back a little bit here. There's Vermeulen past Lasser into Stowe. And that gap, I believe, it is shrinking, that gap between Vermeulen and Lopefido. This could get turned into a really interesting 3-horse battle, as it's currently Rinkkinen who has the fastest lap of the race in the BMW. Sounds like a very Finnish name. Whether he's Finnish or not, I'm going to call him the Flying Finn. Let's go to the Porsche. The only Porsche driver out there. It's Volkart. Number 92. Currently running 19th. Not even the best of races. Chris, could you remind me which team you are? Volkart goes a bit wide. There's Lasser. Oh, right on the apex there. Wow, I got close. And the number 19 car. There. Sorry. Well, the Mustang can be difficult to handle. I mean, Schwab is up there in 6th, but it's also, Silverstone can be a very difficult track to get right, and there are countless reasons why. A team can lose, a team driver car can lose so many positions over the course of a race. But there's still plenty of time for Schumann to make up for lost time. We've still got 7 hours and 11 minutes to go. And there's Zotz under pressure from Lopefido again. Forget Ford versus Ferrari, Lexus versus Ferrari. That's a better race. Vermeulen. Oh, clipping the grass there. And there's not too much going on here. I mean, Loperfido is very, very close to Zotz, but just can't get that extra little... Can't force Zotz into the mistake that can promote an overtake here. And now they're closing in on Mikulas to lap him. Mikulas in 17th at the moment. So this is the battle for 9th, and it's Becker with Canoro and Cheeseman battling with each other. 3 Ferraris here racing against each other. Cheeseman might get an opportunity on Canoro. Cheeseman trying to find his way up into the top 10. Oh, he cut the right-hander a little bit too much there. Turned in just a bit too early. Let's go just quickly check back at the race leaders. And oh, Loperfido getting so close. Might have a look at the outside. Now into the Vale. This is the first proper opportunity that Loperfido has had. Just having to give it up at the end. Can still get close as a Ferrari making way. That's Mikulas. I live to fight another day. Becker, Canoro, Cheeseman staying in that order as they get past Lasser. Lasser also making way for Marone in the Aston Martin. We look again at the battle for the lead. It's just you sense it's going to happen. One of these two battles is going to have a major development, and I'll be focusing on the other battle. It's going to happen. But we'll look again at this battle. It's mainly Canoro against Cheeseman. So Becker has started to pull away. It's more turning into a battle for 10th. And it's 2 Ferraris battling with each other. And again they go into Vale. Again the 2 leaders stay where they are. Becker has got past Seibert. And Seibert making way for Canoro and Cheeseman as well. Well, Canoro at least. Cheeseman has the inside line. Works out for them. Lopavito's taking the lead. I said it would happen. I said I would miss it. Lopavito takes the lead of the 8 hours of Silverstone for HRN, and that is huge. But a snap of oversteer, just about keeping it on the track. And that must have been going down into Brooklands. Oh, Zot's in the Lexus has been in the lead almost from start to finish. Well, almost from start until the overtake, and now he's lost that lead. But now full focus on this, the battle for 10th, which now Marone in the Aston Martin is going to join. Vermeulen, by the way, 13.5 seconds away from the lead of the race. Canoro got a little bit of oversteer out of Luffield, now through Woodcote, the final corner, heading towards Copse. This might be an opportunity down the inside for Cheeseman. He's going to commit to the inside of Copse. It's going to happen here. They make contact. Canoro has to go off. And now Marone has got past Canoro as well. Marone on the outside of Cheeseman slots in between the two Ferraris. Wow. Cheeseman up to 10th, Canoro down to 12th. Wow, and now Yartsev might have an opportunity. Cheeseman against Marone in the Aston Martin. The Aston Martin down the inside at Stowe. That's a nice move from him to take P10. And Cheeseman has to make sure that he doesn't fly away too easily. And now this is Yartsev. What a battle between these four drivers. 10th to 13th. All fighting each other. Yartsev almost thought about looking for an overtake. I personally would have made a move there, but he's obviously a lot more sensible than I am. Snap of oversteer there from Yartsev, and I think that was on a bit of an off there from possibly Becker, possibly from Marone there. And Zotz is really starting to lose touch with Lopavito, although that might actually have something to do with Van Haren, who's getting lapped. And Van Haren, I believe I might actually have here in my notes. How many GT3s are there? Well, it's a very good question, because I didn't know that there was a third GT2 out there. A third GT2 has just spawned, and it's Richard, or possibly Richard, depending on the nationality. 24, 25, and now 27 are the GT2 BMWs. And Mork must have had a driver swap. Mork has a very badly damaged front end. And there's Lasser, who must have had an off, as that's a very dirty BMW. So now 3 GT2s and 20 GT3s out here. By the way, welcome back, I would say it's Robbie, but there isn't an I. No, just name-shaming people. This is going well. Zott in the Lexus lost the lead to Loperfido a couple of laps ago. Okay, you still got your answer, Isaac. It's 3 GT2s, but you did make me realise that there was a Richard. We have reached the 1 hour mark in this race, by the way. In this 8-hour race to raise money for Strathcarron's Hospice. Yes, 3 GT2s. And, well, all that's in this in the Sky Ferrari XZ is actually behind two-thirds of the GT2 cars. But it's also 12 laps down, so some sort of incident there. There's Becker into the pit lane. There was also, a couple of laps ago, a big battle between Marone, Cheeseman, Yaltsev and Canoro. We've also just reached 5 o'clock here in the lovely Great Britain. And that's Van Haren, who has obviously got past Becker because he pitted. Rankinen running in 7th, number 13, unlucky for some. But it's a beautiful liveried BMW. And actually, we'll go back to it. Rankinen, that car is following the old cliche of pretty cars aren't slow. It's a very pretty car. And it's definitely not slow. Running in 7th. Completely unrelated to the race, but I have just hit 30 followers on Twitch, which is some kind of milestone. It's not the million followers that you can sometimes see, but it's definitely something. And this race will also find its way onto my YouTube at something. If you ever wanted to look at that, it is just search up Voice of the Grid, no spaces, caps before each word, and I should be the first result. Bit of oversteer out of Luffield for Rankinen. Vermeulen has just lapped Becker. Who's pitted. Well, we look back at Cheeseman under a lot less pressure than he was a few laps ago. And there's Volkart in the Porsche 19th. He'll get blue flags to let Baslia through. Basler. Yeah, Baslia. I don't know who that is, to be honest. Oh, there he is. In 4th place in the Ferrari. Number 5 and number 55, 11th and 12th next to each other. One a McLaren, one a Ferrari. Last time we saw number 55 on a Ferrari in Formula 1 was back in 2024 with Carlos Sainz. Got Ferrari's most recent win to date at Mexico. Speaking of Mexico, one of the host nations for the FIFA World Cup this year. Yes, I am just going through sports because there's not really too much to talk about at the moment. Van Haren in the McLaren. Hey, that rhymed. Running 15th. And McReynolds driving for Hispania Racing Nexus' very own team, the HRN Academy team. Zotz has started to close in a little bit on Lopefido, the race leader, so that could fire up again in the next few minutes. But until then, we're going to go into another quick break, and afterwards I will bring you some more action here at the 8 hours of Silverstone, raising money for Strathcarron's Hospice. Apology to the awful wave sounds on that track. We've got... yeah. Ooh, Zot's gone a bit wide there. And there's blue flags being waved. And, yeah, it's good music, isn't it? Good music to listen to. I would say a lot easier to listen to than this. But some people are different. Schumann will have to get out of the way here of Zotz. Doesn't so. Sitting on the apex of Luffield, making Zotz go right around the outside. Now try and switch back. There's a lot of flashing going on there. Zotz is not happy. Schumann's still staying right in front of him. Wow, he won't be happy with that. He has to go on the inside at Copse. Finally, Schumann finds the brakes. But Zotz has lost a lot of time to Loperfido. And he will not be happy with that. 989. That is Gabba. Has been given a 30-second stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Oh no. The second driver to receive a penalty for speeding in the pit lane in this race. That's really unfortunate. Wow. McReynolds is in the pit lane to make a stop. Vermeulen currently, well, still running in third place. And it's been an interesting race so far. We'll have a look at HRN's own boy. If I can even find him, there he is. McReynolds in the pit, still in the pit lane, by the way. Thought he would have left that pit lane by now, but this is Runkunen then. We'll have a look at the only Lamborghini driver in this race, clipping the grass there as he is down towards the Wellington Straight. And that's Schwab in the Mustang P6 for him, and he is part of the REK sim racing team. This is Zotz, who's now 3 seconds behind the race leader. That's, I have to say, that's probably going to hurt for him. So as we look again at the current amount for the Strathcarron Hospice, the target is £500. The link should be pinned to the top of the chat for you to have a look. And we are currently, there's Gabba serving his stop-go penalty in the pit lane now in the Ferrari. Won't be happy about it, but has to do so. And let's have another look at our race leader, Lobafido. And we are currently sitting at £121. I think that's what it was last time. So do try and make sure, if you can, you click the link at the top of the chat so you can donate whatever amount you can. Any amount is welcome. And the man himself thanking everyone in the chat. Thank you. I obviously I wouldn't know, but I do second what he says. Yeah. So yeah, anyone who can, please try and donate as much as possible. Obviously, such a great cause. And that's really what motorsport is all about. It's not I'm better than you, I'm faster than you. It's really just helping one another. So, Lobafido currently leads HRN's very own, if I can find him, there, Lozano. Yeah, Isaac Lozano for the HRN Academy team. 17th, there's Sadri ahead in 16th. There he goes. I'm not sure who's in the car for the other HRN team. So Marone in the Aston Martin holds the fastest lap of the race. Currently running 8th place. And Lobafido really is you have to say, commanding this race. Such a great display from him, and we haven't even reached an hour and a half of racing yet. Really, really impressive. Really impressive indeed. Ay. Oh no, I've dropped my controller and now I can't move, so that's all I need to do. Just give it a quick reset. And I doubt there is, but if there are if there is anyone outside of the HRN or anyone in the HRN that will be interested, as long as things go to plan, I think I'll be going live at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning for some more F125 open lobbies and trying to survive them, which doesn't always happen. But yeah, as long as things go to plan, that should be an interesting one to watch if anyone's interested. Andrew Canora then, still in that Ferrari for Prestige Worldwide Racing. He does have 3 teammates. He has also got Isaiah Palacios and Ben Nidos. I appreciate the wishes of luck. That is a bit of a series now I've made of trying to survive F1 Open lobbies. It's interesting to say the least of it. We've also got Monster out on track in car number 4. I will be extremely surprised to hear that's his real last name. I might actually go to SimGrid and try and find him. There it is. It's Midnight Evo Racing, that team. It's Paul Henrik, Daniel Monster, and Alexandru Gersin in that particular team. So have a look at the top again. 40 laps completed. There is no way his name is actually Monster. There is no way. That is actually the best last name I think I have ever. Yeah, I looked at SimGrid, but doesn't necessarily mean that's their real name. I mean, in the current America's Racing League Endurance Championship, his name is Squirrel, so doubt it. But hey, if it is, then that is monster on track. Well, ooh, Zot's just went for a bit of an adventure there. Off track. Oh, okay. Just decided it wanted to look at Cheeseman now. Coming up to the hour and a half on mark of this race. It's been a good watch so far. And we look back at Sadri and Isaac Lozano. It's a nice half and half livery on that Ferrari. The purple and pink working quite well. It's almost like a matte pink as well. Oh, matte purple even. Well, even the orange separating between them. That's also matte, if you can call it that. I know matte can't be exclusively matte black. I mean, the V-Carb F1 car is a matte white. This is Zotz in Nexus. Should be happy with second place for the moment. That is a very damaged BMW. And there is Canoro fighting with Monster. But, well, Monster getting lapped. Morg's been lapped by the pair of them. This will get close. Monster actively fighting. Oh, they made contact. They do end up making contact there. The two Ferraris. Monster still fighting. He's in 18th. Canoro is in 11th. This is not for position. Someone needs to tell him that. This is not for position. And I guess there really is a monster on track, because still right behind, like he wants to make an overtake. Down the inside into Maggots. That's not going to work. They contact. Canoro has to go off. Monster spins. And well, around he goes again. That is... Oh no, he's facing the wrong direction again. Not at all how that should have gone. That's appalling, really. He wasn't fighting for position. That didn't need to happen. Wow. Oh, Canoro's gone off again. And that's at Vale, Canoro went off. because now he's going to have damage to that Ferrari. He's not going to be happy with that. But that incident marks the hour-and-a-half mark. Hour-and-a-half way through this race. 8-hour race for Strathcarron's Hospice. There's Morone in the Aston Martin. Still holds the fastest lap of the race. In the Vantage. Such a wonderful car. By the way, I have just noticed that I haven't even mentioned the team name that Zotz is currently driving for. It is Too Slow Racing Team. The number 2 and then SLO, which I think might just be the most creative name for a team I think I've ever heard. That's quite funny. We've got... Let's have a rundown of the grid, of the order then. Leperfido is currently leading. Zotz in second. Vermeulen is in third. Baslier fourth. Warner fifth. Rankinen in sixth. Schwab in seventh. Morone eighth. Yartsov in ninth. Cheeseman running out the top 10. Just outside is Canoro, then Becker, Van Haren, Schumann, Gabba, Sadri, Isaac, Lozano. Then you've got Monster, Stesh, and Lasser running out the top 20. Then Mork, XZ, and Rashad just outside the top 20. In the last few positions, Rashad 26 laps behind. Although he did start quite a bit later than everyone else did. 44 laps completed so far. 45 laps completed so far from the race leader, who is now running into Rashad at the back. It could well be Richard. I'm calling him Rashad. That is a car lapped. And now Sadri to be lapped from 16th. And then Canoro to be lapped from 11th. So we've got cars scattered about all over the place here, as you should expect from an endurance race. We've had an hour and a half of racing. That's Sadri trying to make sure he stayed out of the way of the race leader. And that's now Canoro, the next lapped car to pick off. So currently, I would say the fastest car is the Ferrari, but there is a lot of Ferraris out there. Lamborghini's not doing too badly either, just one car. They're serving, and that's number 299. And which car is that? It's Sadri, has been given a drive-through penalty for track limits. Not what he would have wanted, as that is race leader getting past Andrew Canoro. Sadri will have to serve that drive-through penalty in the next 3 laps. What a shame for him, though. There's Schwab from 7th place. Schwab into the pit lane, presumably for a scheduled pit stop. It might even be a driver stop as well for the REK Sim Racing team. Basler in the Ferrari, 4th place. There is Warner in the Lamborghini behind him, and he's going to have pressure put on behind him from Runkinen. Every time I say his name, I get closer to saying Raikkonen. I do not mean it at all, and that's wide from Runkinen. And Warner will be feeling the pressure now from that BMW behind. Is there going to be an opportunity for a move? He'll have a look down the inside. It's not worked out in the end. So, for this stream in particular, we have just gone over 2 hours long. Let's hope for 2 hours more, really. Still quite a long way for these drivers to go, actually. A very long way for these drivers to go. I'm already struggling with the length of this race, and I'm not racing those cars, so who knows how difficult this will be for them. So, Sadri has only one more lap to serve his drive-through penalty before he gets possible disqualification. And there goes my can of Pepsi. 6 hours and 20 minutes remaining in this 8-hour charity race for Strathcarron's Hospice. And if you click the link that's pinned at the top of the chat, you can donate however much money you can to Strathcarron's Hospice. Any amount will be greatly appreciated. Currently have a goal of £500. So Warner, Zotz has pitted from second place. I caught that quite late, as I was looking. Oh, as he goes, turns into it too early there. I was looking mainly at the current goal that just refused to load for the Strathcarron Hospice. Have a look at another look later. That's Canora into the pit lane, and for the drive-through, Sadri into the pit lane as well. And it's agonisingly slow when you know you're losing so much time to your rivals, like him, Isaac Lozano. Is it going to be close between those two? Sadri on the exit now. Drive-through has been cleared, and Sadri will stay ahead of Lozano for now. And that is, well, Vermeulen came into the pit lane. Vermeulen is not driving out of the pit lane. That, I don't have a clue how to pronounce that. Somebody help. I don't know how to pronounce that. That's too many J's. The current holder of the fastest lap of the race is in the pit lane, Marone, in the Aston Martin. This is Van Haren in the McLaren. I do love saying that. That does sound quite nice. There is Zotz. Gonna try and make a move here. And down the inside he goes. And then Becker's gonna have to give way there. It was a good move from Zotz. A move he needed to make sure he gained as much time as possible from it. So we go back to the race leader, Lupifido. And we'll go for another quick break as we reach the hour 45 mark in this 8-hour race for Strathcarron's Hospice. And let's hope it doesn't get too interesting before we come back. Stay tuned.
Ready to master AI?
You'll get AI skills employers are looking for.
Enroll today.
So, before I eat my microphone, slowly approaching the 2-hour mark in this race. Runkinen has just come in the BMW. And Rashad is going to get in the way of Lopafido. Going off to try and avoid him. Rashad, on a shape in the GT2. Did well to hold on though, in fairness to him. But that car was not happy with the amount of pressure it was put through there. And Dur is back behind Matt Carr, the Mustang. And in the Ferrari, it's Palacios for... Oh, I know, I've got in here somewhere. Yes, Prestige Worldwide Racing. That's the car he's in, replacing Andrew Canoro. And, by the way, the number 13 Ferrari has just set the fastest lap of the race. There's two number 13s. Well, it says number 1 on the Ferrari itself, but it says number 13 on the leaderboard. And there's also number 13 here. This is the actual one, Runkinen. So that might just be a glitch with the leaderboard itself, the pecking order. Oh, Warner trying to make his way past back markers. That's a lot of curb for that Porsche to have to handle there. Turned in far too early, and that'll hurt the suspension. There's a car in front that's just gone off. There's a big battle up ahead, and there is Mork lapped Ahmad. Ahmad might end up getting lapped here as well, and off goes Mork in the BMW and stopping to the side of the track. It's not an ideal place to stop, at all. There's loads of cars flying past. He slowly makes his way back on. He's gone, and that was a GT2 BMW had gone. I just caught that, and that was Richard that was in the pit lane and now has left. Wow. So Morgan has to give way to the number 1 car. Warner in the pit lane now in the Lamborghini. So Zotz is now back up into P2. Very decent showing from the Lexus so far. And well, according to that forecast, which I haven't checked in a while, in 10 minutes time, we're going to get some more rain. Which is going to throw another spanner in the works here and make this race all the more interesting. But before it does, what has been the most interesting moment of the first 2 hours of this race? Because quite a bit has happened so far in this race. But what, according to you, has been the most interesting? Because that Zotz and Leperfido, that battle, yeah, would make sense. But just know that all of your answers that you give, they will definitely change with rain on the way. It's gonna make this race so much more interesting because it throws strategy into it. When is the perfect time to pit? It then demands more driving ability, and currently it says the track is optimum. It won't be for too much longer. Or when the Mustang crashed on the formation lap. That was another interesting part. Where is that Mustang now? I think that was... I consult my notes, not sure if it was in my notes. Richard, by the way, is back at the track. But yeah, that the Mustang crashing on the formation lap is possibly the most interesting thing I've seen on a parade lap or a formation lap, whatever. The fastest lap of the race has been taken by the race leader, Leperfido. And it's Kuttner out there instead of Richard now. Oh no, it's Kuttner in 20th. It's the lead GT2 BMW. Rain will be falling any time now. Over the curb there, Kuttner. This is Williams in the Ferrari. Oh, we have a new driver in the Aston Martin, by the way. El Fadawi. Now the waiting game. The Aston Martin HRN. It's entirely possible. Oh, Williams. Not that I have in my notes. I will have a look on SimGrid though. Have a look at the Ferrari. There's Mork getting backed again. So, HRN junior team, that has Jensen DeGale and Tim Alexander Bleich. The academy team has James McReynolds and Isaac Lozano. But HRT no, he's not. Okay. That was a lot of useless scrolling through the teams there, but anyways, it's fine. Yeah, it's alright. That's although I would want him to be on my there's no need to apologise. It gave me something to talk about for 60 seconds. But Williams, so far, has definitely looked like a driver you'd want to have on your own team. Currently in fourth, has looked very consistent throughout the whole race. Lapping Gabba now. Isaac is P17 at the moment. P13 is Isaac Palacios for Prestige Worldwide Racing. And Cutner is going to get out of the way for Williams there. And the other Ferrari. Yes. Wrong Isaac. Although I think Palacios is actually Isai. I-S-A-I. Still. We have a new driver for McLaren, Piercy. I think that is replacing never mind that. We have reached the 2-hour mark here. And Bourne McQueen, hello. Harry Piercy, yeah. It's raining! It is raining here at Silverstone. This is where it gets interesting now. We've had 2 hours of racing and now rain falls here at the Silverstone circuit. Watch out for mistakes left, right and centre. Was that? Don't mean to jump scare you, I just react. I definitely underreact to the things happening in the race. Very much. So, currently just inside the top 10 is Jenkins through Stowe. Gonna try and keep my eye on that track map and watch out for any yellow flags. That is Isaac Lozano into the pit lane, presumably to put wet tyres on. Apologise to your brother for me as well. So, Isaac Lozano still in the pit lane. We wait for those wet tyres to go on and for him to get released. There he is. Out of the pit lane. I mean, I would presume the wet tyres are now on. Would make the most sense when it comes to that pit stop. Still looking for any mistakes around. This is Mork, gone slightly wide. That's number 25. Number 25 has gone off. Wherever 25 is, 25 is gone. McReynolds already crying. Why? I mean, I think he drove. Oh, because of the rain. Yeah. Well, it's a track in England. You cannot expect there to not be rain. So Zot's pits, along with Schwab, Jenkins as well. Comendi in the McLaren is away. Not sure if he's stopped yet. Oh my god. Second time. Like 2 minutes. 2 seconds even. This is now Palacios into the pit lane as well. They're all pouring into the pit lane because the rain is pouring here at Silverstone. Oh! Volkert has a stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane in the Porsche. And that is not what they wanted at all in P19. Is that the second time? Is that the second time they got one? Or is it just the first? And once again, I will remind you that as Loperfido pits from the lead of the race, Canora is already back in the Ferrari. Canora already back in that pink Ferrari. We've got a couple of drivers leaving. El Fadawi, one of them. Canora goes as well. Harry Pearcey having to come back into the pit lane to put wet tyres on. This is now Sadri Warner ahead. Can't fight Warner here. Can't fight Warner. Making contact. Warner's up in 5th. Should not be fighting. Does Sadri know the concept of blue flags? He's gone through. But now he's going to be showing the blue flags to give back the place. It's really quite silly. This is Williams in the pit lane. And the number 1 Ferrari as well. Heinrich weaving behind the Ferrari. Now, Gunalden has swapped with Lopafido. So they're still in the lead of the race, but technically Gunalden has inherited the lead that his teammate earned. And this is Zotz in the Lexus, about 10 seconds behind. Williams there. Warner, I think the last one to pit into the pit lane, and then to serve the stop-go penalty is Volkart. And 2.5 hours of this stream then, as Ahmad pits as well. 60 laps completed by the leading team. 61 laps completed. Bivan Harren in the McLaren. I made a couple of jokes about the rhyming there, and I think you did decently in the McLaren. Drove well, and to be honest, I didn't actually see much of you because I didn't need to. You didn't make any stupid mistakes. It was no, I think you were relatively consistent. As Warner getting lapped. 7th place, getting lapped now. Well, I don't think spinning in the rain is really a negative point, like too drastically negative, because rain is hard, especially at this track, because there's so many high-speed corners that you have to take differently. Like Cops, for example, you have to take differently. And you kept it out of the wall. That's exactly what the racing driver is supposed to do. If you can keep it out of the wall, if you can keep it out of the wall for the longest amount of anyone, chances are you'll win the race. If everyone else puts it in the wall at least once and you don't, you have a pretty strong advantage over everyone else. This is the spectator mode for ACC. Yeah. And it gives me everything I need. I've got the track map so I can see where everyone is out on track. I've got the timer. I've got weather forecast. And I got the positions of everyone and roughly how far away they are from each car. Well, I know Zotz has really closed that gap to the race leader in the Lexus, and this could get this could fire up again, this battle for the lead. As Warner is quite happily sitting in the Lamborghini, 7th place, just about a lap down, sitting just behind the race leader, Gunalden. And laps-wise, this would be the final lap of the race in Formula One. Usually about 63 laps. But for this race, we still have 5 hours and 49 minutes to go. Unfortunately, I cannot be your commentator and broadcaster for all of that time. Andrew Canoro isn't too far away from Duza. Robbie, I would like to say that if I see any jokes, you will be banned. Canoro not too far away from the Mustang now. See if there could be any moves here from the pink Ferrari. Yes! Canoro now heading towards Stowe, as there is Seibert moving out of the way for these two. Those GT2 BMWs are just here to have a good time. Canoro is going to have a look down the inside into Vale. He does have a look, trying to force Dues into a mistake. He did go a bit deep there. Does that present an opportunity for Canoro, who has more traction down the inside? That's a really nice move from Andrew Canoro, who takes P12 away. That was a really well worked overtake, forcing Duser into the mistake and then pouncing. Lovely, lovely, lovely scenes here. Well, there is Hubbard in the BMW in place of who was in that beautiful BMW? Anyways, whoever it was handed over the car, and the car staying in 6th place. And we'll have a quick look back at Isaac Lozano. And who's ahead of him? It's Becker, who's in P10. He's a lap ahead. There's Richard moving out of the way. And now the Sky Lamborghini, driven by Ahmad, has left. It is the last 3 positions taken up by the GT2 BMWs. And Stesh in the only Porsche into the pit lane again. As we've been racing for 2 hours and 15 minutes, Sadri following into the pit lane. And Warner very close behind Zotz, who is now just 2 seconds behind the race leader. I'm always out of water. I need to get some soon. So, El Fidawi in the Aston Martin Vantage. Very solid drive from him so far. That's Stesh off in the Porsche. And that opens up the gap for El Fidawi. That's going to get close. I think there was a little bit of contact there between those two. Stesh, who's just come out of the pit lane. Wow, that was close. And look how close Zotz is now to the back of Gunalden. It's gonna get really, really intense. I think this rain is getting heavier now. And that's not what the drivers want to hear. And nearly within a second. Now, I think it is less than a second that separates these two. As one GT2 BMW laps another. Zotz within a second to the race leader Gunalden. Richard saying to the racing line and staying out of the way of these two who are battling each other. This is going to get so interesting. And now we're going to see another change of leads between these two cars. Granted, there were different drivers earlier. Zotz is going to pull out to the left-hand side, down the Willington Straight, heading towards Brooklands. On the inside, he's done it! Zotz has taken back the lead of the 8 hours of Silverstone. And that could be so important when it comes to the end of this race. Now, all Zotz needs to do is to extend that gap, pull out that gap to the Ferrari. And the Lexus back out in front, but it's now oversteer through Cops. Zotz needs to keep his head as we are now on lap 67. Don't do it. So that might now be Zotz pulling out the lead that could win him the race, as Lopefido might take back over the Ferrari. I think Lopefido is probably faster than Gunalden in that car, but it could be weather dependent as well. Gunalden just needs to stay as close as possible. So we go back to Canoro, who's lost the position to Juzer again. He'll have to work his way back past again. And he's got the slipstream now. Through Woodcut he goes. Close to the back of the Mustang. We've got another new driver here, Kraftgak. And it's probably got a much better way of pronouncing that, to be honest. And lap 68 now, and well, I never thought I'd say this, but Instagram Reels has saved me there. So, Stesh is going to be seeing the blue flags now, has to get out of the way of race leader Zotz. And he's gone off. He's gone off. So that's a really good way of giving the position to Zotz, and Gunalden will also try and make his way past the lone Porsche driver. Oh, that's going to get close. That definitely looked like that was going to end in a big, big accident. Oh, and he came right back on and nearly pushed Warner off. And he's going to go down the inside. That was never going to work, and it's not even for position. Warner now into the barrier. That was ridiculous. That was ridiculous. Comendi now in the McLaren is probably going to find his way past Warner. That was so bad, and Warner's got to try and keep control of that car. Yeah, that's really bad. Well, there were jokes about if you don't donate, then penalties will be given out. I'll pay £100 to get him disqualified right now. That was. I'm a commentator. I'm supposed to be completely unbiased and completely neutral. That was a shocking display of any driving at all. It was. That was unbelievable. Not even for position. It is, yeah, it's a good question to ask. Yeah, okay, thank you. We now have race stewards in the chat, so that's... Yeah, he's going to do it again now with Comendi. Into Corps. He's just completely closed the door on him. That's really bad. And off he goes. Oh, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out! Ah! And the number one Ferrari it was good of him to wait. That's probably saved him there. I agree, absolute idiot. Do you remind me what team are you a part of? Yeah, off he goes. Off he goes at Vale. It's completely cut it. And around he goes. Oh, Mikulas. Yeah, any races at all, just don't let him in. Wow. He's off again, that's... Oh my lord. He's got a little bit of space now in front and behind, so we can just pray he doesn't get involved in any more incidents before he does get disqualified here. But there is Gunalden running second place, about 5 seconds behind the race leader now. As he laps Seibert. as we're slowly reaching the 2.5 hour mark in this race. Three and a half hours to go. No, that's not at all what I meant to do. 5.5 hours to go. 3.5. Why did I get 3.5 hours? Anyways. So anyway, Stesh is now in the pit lane, by the way. And it's Volkart to now... Yeah, okay, don't do that. Don't do that. Well, they've now taken Stesh out of the car and put Volkart back in the car. It might be possible now to say, just don't get back in that car now. I mean, unfortunately, it's going to end up punishing Volkart as well. But unfortunately, that's the teammate he's chosen, and he's driven like that. So, is that a spin? Is that a spin down the main straight? Warner is off. Yeah, 130-second penalties. That'll do it. The only problem with that is, of course, they've now got Volkart that even if he had done anything, Warner, big crash. Yeah, that was a big accident, unfortunately, for the Lamborghini. And there's going to be a lot of damage to that Lamborghini now. Yeah, that's not great. So, the Porsche still in the pit lane. This is Comendi in the McLaren, and Racy and Reader Zotz, who's already completed 70 laps here, and I do just quickly need to take an extended break at this 2.5 hour mark, but I will come back for even more drama. And while you're waiting, if you haven't already, click the pinned link to donate any money you can to the charity that this entire race is all about. So the Strathcarron's Hospice. So we're back in 5, and we'll get some more racing action next. So, back once again. Volkart. Oh, I missed that. You are P1617. Does that count as a ban or not? 92. Where's Volkart? Who's just gone wide? He's still out there. And they're certainly not banned. But yeah, the standard of racing from both of them, but especially the one before, is just really quite bad. But one of the GT2 cars are ahead of them, so there's a plus. Cutner. Warner with a stop-go penalty. Having to serve that now. Must have missed that during the break. So Warner has served his stop-go penalty. Comes out in P15. And Isaac Lozano, 16th. I think, yeah, he's ahead of Warner. Okay, that was rather scary, I think, for Isaac. Looked like he was in the pit lane. And Volkart is now down to P21. 2 of the 3 GT2 cars are now ahead of the car 92. That's not, I mean, wouldn't be a bad idea, but no, I'm not going to do that. El Fadawi is running in P5. Just about getting through past the Porsche. It's not my place. I am the broadcaster and commentator. I am supposed to be neutral. I would never do something like that. I did it. Just so I know, when you guys chat, can you see it in the top left corner, or is it just me? 'Cause I know I can see it, but I'm not sure if the stream can see that I can see the chat at the top left corner. Oh no, Warner's back in the pit lane. Like you sending those messages, can you see what you put in the chat up in the top left corner? When you send them, do they pop up? Because for me, they pop up right near the drive in the top left corner, but presumably they don't show up for you watching the stream. Okay. I went up. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. See, for me, they pop up in the top left corner like PlayStation notifications. They pop up and tell me that you guys have put something in the chat. That's how I see it. Interesting, anyways. 5 hours and 20 minutes remain of the 8 hours of Silverstone charity race for Strathcarron's Hospice. You know the drill. There's the link at the top of the chat. Don't know what you can. If the website behaves itself, I might be able to tell you how much we have currently raised. And there is Hubbard. And Volkart, I didn't say why, but I can imagine why. Volkart has a drive-through penalty. Not sure if that was just something he did in game. That's a very broken Porsche going very, very slowly down the hangar straight. Wow. But yeah, that looks very broken indeed. Anyway, how disappointing. Race leader Zotz in the Lexus. Zot's trying to lap Cutner now. Does so cleanly and without issue. That's tap water in a bottle. I thought that was bottled water. That's just tap water in a bottle. Anyways, I'm not that Porsche, I promise. So the thing, the goal is still loading. There we go. 24% still just sat at £121 of 500. Please donate whatever you can. And we've been summoned by the boss. So it seems like we are going to have a restart here to get Yeah, they're going to restart this race. So that we can get rid of the Porsche, the 92 Porsche. I would assume that the race would continue from the time where it is at the moment. Do correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I would hope at least. No. I mean, I'm not even able to do the full 8 from where it started, let alone another full 8. Oh, that's not at all what I wanted you to do. So, well, we still wait for okay, that. And while going down, we can have a look at Isaac Lozano in the 101 Ferrari. Oh, Isaac Lozano. But then also, we won't be able to restart, like with the gaps as it is. We'd have to. Oh, okay, he's gone. I didn't pay attention. I'm really not good at paying attention at the moment. Yeah, you might be doing that for nothing now. Isaac Lozano comes into the pit lane anyways, triggering that pit lane speed limiter relatively early. Warner is also in the pit lane again. Well, let's just hope he doesn't come back. So, well, now we can fit all of the racers on one screen now. 21 cars. The 22nd is me, the commentator. You don't need to see me. I'm not important. We've just, well, for the moment, he's the most important. Krafkak going nice and wide, so Zox can have a nice way through. And for the GT2 cars, they find themselves 19th, 20th and 21st, the last 3 positions, but they won't whine too much. And of course we got this BMW, which is the GT3. Thank you. Had to pull the microphone down and everything. Yes, you can go back to editing the video, and thank you. So, the number 1 Ferrari trying to put pressure on the number 177 Ferrari. This could end up being an interesting battle for second place. And it's always interesting when two Ferraris go against each other. I'm not sure if you can hear me anymore, but this is insane. What a battle this is. Cutner's gonna get in the way. Please tell me if you can hear me now. But it's back. Okay. He's lost second place. Galton's lost second place. I don't know what to say here, but that's insane. Right. These two Ferraris now swap places. Wow. Okay, I'm back. See, I have a PlayStation headset where you can literally plug in and plug out the microphone into the left headset, and no idea why it just fell out. And by the way, my commentating is not that good. Did you? Yeah, they work really well so far. I mean, you should listen to how bad the quality was in my my older headset. That was quite bad. Wow. How can you not know the name of your own equipment? I got a full wheel and pedals set because I loved racing on ACC. Equipment doesn't determine the commentator. Very true, thank you. Got a full rig. I feel like unless you've got like real potential of winning some like big races and big money, I don't see the point in getting a full rig. I know it's really, really cool, but it's so much money. Yeah, you need to have some proper talent for it to be worth it. £2,000. For £2,000, you're basically buying a car that doesn't actually take you anywhere. It's insane. Oh, snap over there. See that's a flex. Driving against Max, that is a flex. Well, you're gonna look, it's Max Verstappen. I think he's a better all-round racing driver than Fernando Alonso when it comes to stick him anywhere, he'll compete. So, thank you. Anyway, back to some actual racing that's happening. There is none. Krafgak is there. You got Piercy. He's in a bit of a group of drivers. I don't think any of them are actually on the same lap. So that'll be interesting indeed. So, just under 5 hours to go in this race. And I think it is 1 more hour of almost halfway, and 1 more hour of my broadcasting services here. And then my 4 hours will be up. Don't be too upset, I'm not that good. What do you mean don't leave? I have to leave. 9! I can't commentate until midnight. I have people who live with me. Yeah, proper slide there in the McLaren. And Gerson on the inside position? No, it's not. Gerson got a lap behind. Yeah, I'll drift around Silverstone. I agree. No, I have noticed that the internet is pretty rubbish from Isaac's side. It's yeah. A few times it literally kicked me from watching him because he keeps buffering. It's yeah. Oh, that's a slide. That's a proper slide from Piercy. Oh my lord, it's playing out on my phone. Yeah, also don't. I mean, I'd hope not. It'd be a massive oversight if he was on dries, but yeah. Also, don't mind the fact that I'm eating while commentating. It isn't happening, okay? It's 7 PM, dinner's important. I had a period where I was obsessed with improving on ACC, but it's so difficult. Yes, I know, because you're in Europe. It's 8. For me, it's 7, and if it was 8, it's even more. Yeah, but it's so difficult because it's good that it is as realistic as it is, but it also makes it so very difficult to improve at all, really, because it's mistake after mistake after mistake. If you don't get everything exactly right, everything's going to go wrong, and it's difficult to learn from that because. Okay, I get it. It's 8 in Europe. Hopefully, this is going to be the last one of the broadcast. I'm going to take another. Yes, you did. Anyways, I'm going to take, hopefully, what will be the final break of this broadcast. And I can give you the final 50 minutes of this broadcast. Later, just try and make sure Isaac doesn't make a move until I'm back so I can commentate on it. Okay? Bye. Apologies, I forgot to. Sorry. I kind of forgot to put. Stop go penalty for race control. Oh well. I forgot to put the music on, so you had to live without it. So there. And Piercy's really pushing that McLaren, isn't he? No. Sorry, that was so funny. Just watching Isaac go flying off and then just disappear. It was. Oh, so Zox has pitted, by the way, because he's flashing with the whole car. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what that means. Oh. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, it's because internet. Anything interesting then? There's Jenkins in the Ferrari. splitting to GT2 BMWs here. Richard allowing him to go through. Warner, I hate to say it, has had a really bad race. I mean, we aren't even halfway through, and some sliding there. And not serving a stop-go penalty. Wait, wasn't that his last lap? No, he's got one more lap to serve that. But yeah, it's not been an easy day for Warner here at Silverstone. And I'll have another look as to where we are at the target for trying to raise money for Strathcarron's Hospice. Let's just have a look at the race leader then. Zotz in the lead. He's completed 90 laps of this circuit. We're not even halfway through. Looks like it'll be a 200 lap race. A few drivers leave us. We've had bad luck and good luck. We've had some good battles. And we've had rain and sun. Well, not too much sun, but we've had dry and wet. Started wet, and then got drier, and now it's raining hard again. And we are still waiting for this target thing to tell me how much money we've raised for Strathcarron's Hospice. Oh, disqualified. Warner's been disqualified for presumably not serving his stop-go penalty. That's not at all the button I went to press. I just wanted to have a look at into the pit lane and out. And that is not the way Warner would have wanted to go. But we're down to 20 cars now. You're back to the race dominator, I mean race leader. Four hours and 45 minutes to go. 45 minutes until this broadcast will end. Isaac has a 2-minute lock for no reason. Oh. Well, that's not good. So you're down in 16th, and that'll get worse, won't it? Just game being game. And McReynolds is going to get back in that car. El Fadawi might also be swapping over that Aston Martin. So currently running last place is Richard in the GT2 BMW, but for the GT3 it's Gerson side by side with Piercy, who is a lap ahead of him. We're doing 2, sliding again. Piercy, oh, he's off. No, he hasn't. No. But from a moment there, time stood still. So Marone has taken back control of the Aston Martin. Piercy over the sausage curb there. And went all out of shape. Wow. And McReynolds also takes back control of that Ferrari. Okay, goodbye, and I will miss you too. Apparently my biggest fan. I'll try and get commentating on another race for the HRN soon. Adios. Adios times 2. So, HRN's very own McReynolds, James McReynolds, currently out there in P16, trying to close in on Piercy, who is, I believe, a couple of laps ahead of him. But the man of which will be the most happiest after today's performance, Zotz. I mean, there's still so much that can go wrong. We've still got over half this race to go. But for what I've seen, it looks like this race is going to have to go to Lexus, because it's been so good. Such good driving here. So Richard's in the pit lane then, in 20th and last in the GT2. And there is Gunalden, 17 seconds behind second place. May want to hand over control of that car back to the man that was leading this race for quite a while, his teammate. Let's have a look at Andrew Canoro in the pink Ferrari. So many of these drivers are just separated by so many laps to the cars in front and behind them. Which can make it pretty difficult when it comes to finding interesting parts of races. Oh, snap of oversteer there. I think going into Beckett's. And Zolt's pits from the lead of the race. In the Lexus then. So the number 1 Ferrari claiming the lead. So this is Zot's now back out in P4, but I think he's made an extra stop compared to Williams, Gnalden and the leader. But the top 3 now are 3 Ferraris. And well, I asked this question, we reached the 2-hour mark, and then I asked the question again, what has been the best or most exciting part of this race since the start up until now? That's the question. Be really interesting to hear what you have to say about it. The 92 quick killing spree. You know what? That's fair. Ooh. Well. It certainly wasn't the best piece of racing I've ever seen. To be honest, it wasn't. Okay, well, I would like to say that it says as not a compliment. Yeah. Am I back? I probably am. Am I back? Perfect. I've noticed that there's been a very little actual racing commentary in this stream. I think it's probably been more about me telling people to click the link pinned at the top of the chat. Yeah, I did see that. I did see that Zots was doing it solo, which is quite impressive, and so was that drift through there. That was really quite impressive. Well, hey, 7 seconds is 7 seconds. Yeah. He has been very dominant today. Vermeulen, well, in the pit lane, released from his pit box now. Williams in the pit lane. Zots now rounding Cops the first corner. That's not him. That one is. Vermeulen out ahead of Zots. That's crucial. So, maybe that lost time, you never know, that lost time could have just cost him the race win. If he cannot get back past Vermeulen, which he struggled to, you never know. You never know. No, of course he'll never give up. Oh, big off though. Yeah, he will see it as a challenge, but well, with half an hour to go of this broadcast, is he going to get the move done before I have to go? That's the real challenge. I just sliced my nail. That's fun. That now hurts. But Gunalden in the pit lane from the lead of the race, no longer in the lead of the race. Snap of oversteer there from Ewan. "20 cars in this race, and it would be 10% of them. Yeah, two would be 10% of them going at it for the race win. I think you can tell why I didn't go for. I went for commentary over something that requires maths. Also, just like to point out, 10th to 16th, they're all Ferraris. That's incredible. Hang on, that's half the field are in a Ferrari. There's 4 BMWs, 3 GT2s, 1 GT3, 2 Mustangs, 2 McLarens, a Lexus and a McLaren, and an Aston. No, not the McLaren. Ignore the McLaren. The Aston instead. A Lexus, an Aston. Wow. And that is Dieu, who's just got past Rankinen, or Kumendi, or both, or one of them, or both of them, or Rankinen has just lost it. It is now Dieu, Kumendi, Rankinen. There. That's simpler. 100 laps have been completed in the 8 hours of Silverstone, and we're not even halfway. And the whole reason this is happening is because of Strathcarron's Hospice. The link pinned at the top of the chat is how you can donate as much or as little as you like. Every little bit helps. We need as many people doing it as possible. Whoa, that was a car flying off. Not sure who it was, but into Brooklands, that was chaos. I think that was number... was it Williams, possibly? Yes, Becker. Becker just went off as I panned away. Wow. It was Richard. That's who it was. It was Richard that went off. Number 27. I just spilled Pepsi all down myself and on my microphone. Oh my god. Everything that could have gone wrong has just gone wrong. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to go without the microphone cover for the last 24 minutes of this stream. Oh no, I'm so dumb. This microphone cover has barely lasted. How is going the race? Okay, so first of all, welcome back, Robbie. Second of all, the race is going. Depends how long ago you left. Zotz is no longer in the lead. He lost the lead to Vermeulen, and I believe it's due to a possible urination issue there. I mean, just now you missed me spill Pepsi all over my microphone cover. So I'm now in the process of trying to dry that. You missed my microphone falling out of my headset entirely. You've missed a bit. You've missed quite a bit of this race, depending on how long ago you left. But there's the race leader in a Ferrari. I think I can probably put my microphone cover back on now. So I probably missed a lot of you taking people out, because you took a lot of people out. Especially people you weren't actually racing with. And I definitely don't agree with, especially in a race this long, I don't agree with, they took me out, so it's okay that I take them out. I don't think I agree with that, but if you're the one racing the car, it's your decision on what you do with it, but yeah. Yillian is 92. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I'm not having you say that. Yeah, he's got to be, there's no way he actively believes that he was in the right with all that he did. You know what? If you want to, once this stream's over, it'll be on Twitch. Probably by tomorrow morning, it'll be on YouTube. Have a look and watch the stream and just analyse everything you did. And then talk to me. Oh my god. Oh my, he actually believes it as well. He actually believes what he's saying. Yeah, yeah. The US would probably ban him from entering. He's that bad of a terrorist. Oh dear, I've missed a car. That's, I think, Gunilden. Yes, in the Ferrari. Gunilden has had enough, and that's at Cops. And Krafkak has to go through. I don't think he's lost any positions. Unless I'm wrong. No, I don't think he has lost any positions. You know, that's not even funny. You know what? I'm done. I say I'm done. That's it. I'm done. 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 Have a good day, mate. So that was him. Car 94. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, it was so stupid. So, let's hope, I genuinely hope that he doesn't now try and go into any other championships, because I don't think anyone deserves to have to deal with a driver like that. "17 minutes remain until my broadcasting yeah, no, it's been brilliant from Zotz. He's done so well. Oh, that was wide. I'm not sure who from, but it's definitely not the race leader at Sadri. But Zotz has done so really well. Yeah, I agree. It's very, very difficult to warn every single server that exists of him. I doubt anything would happen, but it could be worth trying to report him to SimGrid. If you want to go that far. Yeah, no. Let's hope Hispania Racing Nexus is we can stay free of him, and hopefully any others that follow him. Oh, snap of oversteer there from Zotz, doing it on his own at a wet Silverstone and performing really, really well. In the Lexus. "15 minutes to go until we reach halfway through the 8 hours of Silverstone." I'll say it one more time. It is pinned to the top of the chat. The link that you can press that where you can make any sort of donation you want to Strathcarron's Hospice. He's a disgrace to Belgium. I thought it was the French that produced the bad drivers. As I always say, all of France's driving talent was taken by one man, Alain Prost. Unfortunately, Robbie, that would make you the problem. Yeah, but it was his teammate that was the worst, wasn't it? I don't think Belgium does have ice. No. Screw it. Let's just get the entire United Nations on getting him out of Belgium. Send him to, I don't know, Kentucky. Yeah. He's not going to be stuck in France for the rest of his life. I'll be honest, this is probably the least professional. I don't know. Some random island. How about Little St. James as an island? Yeah, sounds like a good island to send him to. That very comment as well. This has been my least professional broadcast I have ever done. Vietnam. 5 DNFs in 4 months. How is that even physically possible? 3 months. Yeah. 6 DNFs in 3 months. Yeah, I was literally about to say 2 a month. "10 minutes to go until we reach the halfway point in the 8 hours of Silverstone, and until I have to say au revoir." I would never say that because it's French to this race. By the way, the Ferrari 177 in the pit lane at the moment. And let's have a look at last place, Richard. What team what? What team is who? I might just be slow. I don't know. Anyway, Rashad's going to get lapped here by Comendi. And I think this is a very good example of why you don't bring GT2 cars to a GT3 race. He's 40 laps down. So yeah. Alright, Saki. I'm the British one. I'm the one who's supposed to be with all the sarcasm. Has he been in the pit lane this whole time? As was like 5 minutes ago. I saw he was in the pit lane. He's still there, isn't he? Is it now like 9 o'clock where you are? And you're only just now eating? Alright. I'm not here to judge your eating schedule. I'm here to shout at cars going vroom vroom. Now that I can agree with, wanting to get takeaway. I can definitely agree with that. Right. Ah. 6 minutes and 10 seconds until halfway through in this race. I think you probably pressed the report button. 9! Wow. PM. How do you eat that late? This is insane. What, me? Stay? No, sorry. I'm only contracted for the first 4 hours. Nah, it's getting later now here in the UK. And who have we just lost? Yes, that is true. That is, you make a good point. But I'm not commentating until midnight. Also, I probably need to seek medical. Yes, I am very much willing to make sacrifices for commentary. Staying up till midnight to commentate is not a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Also, yes, that's different. He deserved it. No, but I also have a sister that I live with, and she doesn't deserve to have to stay up until midnight because I'm commentating. You know what? Not quite their main existence, their main reason for existence. There, I've just updated the title of it, and that should work. I've just updated the title of it, and hopefully, well, I just love to irritate. Yeah, okay, irritate. That is what brothers are there for. Keeping them up until midnight because of a charity race. No. 47 seconds, Becca goes wide, and Zutz is going to make it through, and that looks like it'll be the last overtake of this broadcast. Guys, behave yourself. You're acting like I'm Peter Drury or David Croft. Guys, I'm just a kid that sits... Well, there you go. There's the halfway mark in this race. I'm going overtime now. I am just a kid who sits on his bed with some headphones on, but it's for guys, stop convincing me to try and stay. It's 8 o'clock. Thank you everybody so much for watching. Unfortunately, I do have to go now. But I'd like to wish everyone racing a really good luck for the second half of this race. Thank you so much for watching. I've been your commentator, Lucas Wills. And from wherever you are in the world, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.